Good evening. I am very happy today because I finally figured out what this incessant beeping has been in my room.
What's up, June?
It has been my thermometer dying. Hello, welcome to the Muses Menagerie, and I hope you enjoy your stay in the Legion. It was driving me nuts throughout every goddamn night. Okay. Is my model broken? My model's not broken. Okay, hello. Hi. Alright, that's all connected. We are ready to go. All I have to do is turn on the sound for the actual game. Bam. Let's turn this off. Goodbye. Alright. I bet. Oh my god, they're gonna make me go and click it for this. Please. It refused to just say, hey, you have a controller. You wanna use your controller? Why is my controller not actually working? Why? Settings. Why did it switch from controller? I don't understand. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's done now. It's fine. How are you guys today? Hi, Cider. Hi, Sam. Hi, Des. Hello. Any kind of bat you might have. I don't. Do I have any Zubats? Let's see. Let's see what I have in the props. I might not have any Zubats or bats. That's not a bat. That's a bird. That's ice cream. That's a Pikachu. That's Eevee. That's you. That's a Wishy-Wash. No bats thus far. That's also not a bat. I don't have any bats. No. What were the odds? Morgan counts? Okay. Morgan it is. Morgan can sit on my shoulder. Whoop, whoop. I dragged the prop. I didn't even know I could do that. Morgan. Morgan. There she is. Stand on my shoulder, dear. No, that's not. That's my hair. Thank you. There you go. Is this what you wanted? Is this good enough? Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna drink some of my Arizona green tea. Put that back up there. Yeah. I keep getting monster ads on Twitch mobile home screen, and it says "Beat the Beast," but I keep misreading it as "Beat the Breast." At least it doesn't say "Beat the Meat." Arizona green tea is the beverage of champions. I'm glad that you recognize its superiority over raspberry. Creature likes raspberry. He's a weird little guy. First things first. Actually, we don't need to burn our stuff yet. We're good. Onward! Back down to the goddamn Fortress of Maripede, I guess. I used to drink nothing but Arizona sweet tea, but it has more sugar in it than the green tea does, so I tend to prefer the green tea. Who am I talking to? There we go.
Sejuin!
Sejuin!
Traveler! Paimon, you're back! Are you still
That was quite the pause,
Did either of you
Sejuin.
get hurt?
Don't worry, we're both doing great.
We're fine, but what about you guys? It was such a huge mess. How bad was it?
The Ortrice Mécanique d'Annalise Cardinal.
Sustained superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage.
Ortrice
Monsieur
Mécanique
Nervillette paid
d'Annalise
us a
Cardinal.
visit. It was all thanks to him that we managed to suppress
The
the
Ortrice
crisis for the
Mécanique
time
d'Annalise
being.
Cardinal.
Oh, of course. We must also thank you for the help you provided.
Boom, boom,
How did
boom.
Nervillette know
Ba-dum,
that he was
bum,
needed
ba-dum.
here? Well, Monsieur Nervillette has strong resonance with the hydro element.
Aw, you're gonna make me cry, Ace.
Feel the
Shut
waves produced. I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. They were mumbling the whole time about how you just ran down without a word. I'm so relieved to see that you're both all right. If you're not too pressed for time, please stay with us a few more days.
Goopy.
Just let me know if you get a craving for any particular dish, so I can have Mr. Walsey get your meals prepared.
Just let
Oh,
me
and
know if you
please
get a
feel
craving
free to
for
visit the
flesh.
infirmary for a break at any time. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well. Your happy smiles are quite
It's funny she's
contagious,
trying
you
so
know.
hard to look sweet and
They're so
harmless, and
memorable.
we are very aware she's packing
Reminiscing while
heat.
you were gone.
The traveler did not forget you have a gun, Sejuin. No, I do not forget that you had a cute pink gun. I will never forget your cute pink gun, Sejuin. Can you take me higher? At least we know that this is almost the end of this quest, and then we have one more quest, I think.
You
Like
guys
one
are back?
more series of quests.
Crystal!
One more act.
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back
She
down
has
here,
the
right?
Barbie dream cat.
No, not at all.
And here I thought you'd managed to escape from
It's
jail
a
during all the
doozy.
commotion. I'd held you up as legendary jailbreakers, but now you're telling me you just never left?
Is it the quest that unlocks the mystery?
We're sorry, but we just had some business to take care of.
All right. There's no need to
Did
get
you
caught
just
up in
sub
the
to me?
details. We're just relieved to see you. He was super worried about you, you know.
Another one.
Huh?
Hey, it
But
wasn't
you
just
subbed to me previously. I'm
Weren't
so
you super worried as
confused.
well?
Something like that, yeah. I was
Anyway,
also
thank you for your
transferred
soul.
to
I
work
took
in the
it.
kitchen a few days
Took it
ago.
away.
I can still hear
I guess you
Crystal
didn't sub
mumbling
to me
the carrots.
previously. It was some.
Are those two all right? You think
You
they
said you had to
made
wait
our
a few
lives?
days. You're right.
Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell him
Look
I'm
at you
sure
holding
they're
me down for
fine.
31
Wherever
months
they
in a
are,
row.
They're kicking back with drinks in hand, enjoying the lovely scenery.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals. Is there? I mean, considering how they always love listening to all my gossip.
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Woo! That makes sense because my first time that I streamed was on a 16th. And that'll be synced up. I'm sure, actually it was on the 17th. And then the next month, like literally in a month exactly, I had the ability to have subs. I'm sure the welfare meals must have just skyrocketed in quality recently. Your meals will bring all the prisoners to the cafeteria.
Oh, well, if you say
Your milkshake
so.
brings all the
I'll be
boys to the
watching you
yard.
make sure you finish every last bite.
Next! Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal. The Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal. Where this bitch at? Where the hood at? What the? Where is he? Is he up? I'm confused. I am confusion. It wanted me to come in here. Is he down? Down. Down? Oh, it's her. It's Lorvine.
Jurier, Miss Sejuin told me you still haven't eaten.
Yeah, I was working on something, so I forgot.
Lorvine.
That's no excuse for... Huh?
Lorvine.
It's you two.
Junior, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there.
It's not Jurier. I guarantee. It's probably Jurier.
And you, are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary to work on the ship?
Yeah,
It's just like they just say
still top secret,
Nervalette,
so don't
but
say
it's
a word
new.
to anyone.
And I guess they can't pronounce new. So they go near.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
Yes.
I mean,
Hi.
the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh yeah?
Here, I'm going to
Then why are
scoop
you
up Creature,
also
and I'm
here
gonna
so
scoop
much?
up Oz, and I'm gonna mash their
Really, you're just
faces
using your job as
next
a
to each other,
complicated
so I can go.
relationship,
Not at all.
Look at Discord. Okay. Click. Oh. I thought you had a thing that you were doing.
I do, and I've got a special little thing I want to show you.
Oh. Why are you the guy from Princess Bride?
Inconceivable!
Inconceivable.
Boy!
Oh my god, that's all he wanted to show me. Okay. Inconceivable.
The world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from.
Never
Maybe
play
I'm
against a
not the same for you.
Sicilian when death is on the line. Wait. I guess I gotta take this. Up we go. I'm as corny as Kansas in August. Eyes a flag on the 4th of July. No one. No more smart little girl with no heart. I have found me a wonderful guy. I am in a conventional dither with a conventional star in my eye. Then you will note there's a lump in my throat when I speak of that wonderful guy. I'm as trite and as gay as a daisy and may a cliche coming true. I'm bromidic and bright as a moon, happy night pouring light on the dew. back into the infirmary. Ah, these
Now
fucks.
guess, what suit will this
Fremine.
Uh,
I like Fremine.
bare
Too bad he's
teeth
poor
cat?
man's Eula.
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Looks like you're recovering nicely, Fremine.
Mm-hmm. Thanks to everyone's support.
Fremine.
Oh, right. I managed to work up the courage to thank Miss Clarant in person.
Oh, how did she react?
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life wasn't a big deal to her at all. She also told me not to
I just
worry
think
about
Fremine's
it.
design is cute.
She didn't want to stress you out.
I like
that's
his
all.
big jacket.
She's right, and it's best not to
Big
dwell on
jacket
it.
or big pants?
Yeah.
Big jacket.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the opera house and
check
we
it
met
out.
the knave.
You met Father? Did she say anything to you?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand. And also that she's looking forward to working with us in the future.
It was a little surprising.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's
Y'all have
fantastic.
been gaslit.
You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help
I
those she
don't
considers
trust
close,
the knave.
which now might also include you.
She tried to kill the Archon
Father is
out of
very
nowhere.
capable and also trustworthy.
Hi, Twisted. I'm good.
Just
How are you
remembered that
today?
She thought Lenny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Whoop.
Got it.
That does sound like something that Father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
I might try to make a little edited video out of the clip
Excellent.
of me
host a
accidentally
tea
calling Oz with my boob in the last stream.
What's another serving of cake?
Another implies that
It's
you were
a piece of
already
cake to bake,
served some
pretty
delicious
cake.
cake while you were up there.
If the way
lovely.
is hey. Yeah, okay, in the last
Next
stream,
time, you're going to have
I
tea
was
and
like
snacks
typing
with
to
us.
Oz on my phone. Near the end of the stream. He had asked me a question, and then I like flopped my phone onto my chest, and it called him, and he picked up, and it scared the shit out of me because I didn't even know I had called him. It didn't make like the ringing noise or anything, so all I heard was him on speaker talking suddenly. I got the Oswald jump scare. Sometimes my boobs get chatty, and they gotta make a phone call. This happens pretty frequently, all things considered. I've accidentally called him at work the same way, and I've accidentally called Creature multiple times that way. Writhesly, my beloved, Writhesly. It's not that unusual when you think about it. It's the same as butt dialing, but it's you just going flop, like you're just flopping your phone on your chest. Writhesly, you fine hunk of man. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after
Hamana.
making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Eudex himself to exchange the courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere.
I don't think that's going to work.
He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea.
Now I
did
remembered
remember to
when
take Miss Seagreen's
sometimes
gift
during
with
my
him.
high school years, my dad
sure
butt
sounds
dialed me
super
multiple
busy.
times when I was in
Miss
school.
Cloran has left
Oh
as well.
boy.
She also took her gift from Miss.
I didn't butt dial that much because I had a flip phone in high school.
Nervalette got the milkshake. Clorand received lipstick instead.
Nervalette's milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Nervalette.
Well,
Nervalette.
it's Nervalette's own fault for making Nervalette worried about herself by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies. Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sijuin too?
Sijuin.
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
Is food still covered?
You may access the cafeteria for free. Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
Now, where to? Return to the dormitories and rest. Sijuin. Nothing. I took French for like 4 years, right? And I remember basically nothing except for a vague idea of how to pronounce things. Does anybody remember those Muzzy commercials? Or am I really old? I mean, I know I'm pretty old. Je suis la jeune fille. I am a little girl. I just think it's really funny because I remember, okay, for those that didn't know, Creature and I met in French class. And I used to remember the first time that we had French class. He was like, yeah, I know a little French because of the Muzzy commercials. And he was like, Je suis la jeune fille. And the teacher started laughing at him. And she was like, do you know what that means? And he's like, no. And she's like, it means I'm a little girl. Not the fuzzies, Muzzy. The Muzzy commercials. They were like tapes that taught you different languages.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners, though, so it really doesn't feel the same.
It feels like a huge weight off our shoulders.
Sure feels that way.
I never had them, but I saw the commercials. They were on Nickelodeon all the time. I'm not sure along with Nickelodeon Magazine. Please. Paimon, is there something you'd like to say?
Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true! All right. Okay, Paimon just wanted to say that we really are an amazing duo after all. It's like we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just two people, but we've still been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool?
We're the best adventurers ever.
You're counting Paimon today?
Oh my god.
Are you the only adventurer here?
And a guide counts too, I guess. Even if you just float around and are generally useless.
Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well.
No.
Paimon will also be an adventurer from today forward.
No. That's not happening.
Making Paimon giddy. Paimon's gonna crash, so you sleep soon too. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to
Paimon made me yawn.
The primordial
I am not that amazing. But thank you. I will take the compliment and I will tuck it in my pocket.
We should be safe now, right?
We'll be able to find. Why is my brain so weird? We'll be fine. So don't worry, Paimon.
All right then. Good night to you, traveler.
Oh, Paimon. Good night to you, Paimon. Aw, we're sleeping so cute. Uh-oh. That's a whale. He is spiritually connected with the whales. It was familiar to me. Smoke too thick to breathe. Tile floors glisten. I slowly served my drink. Oh, come on. Come on. Good enough. And when she started to sing, she spoke with broken speech that I could not understand. Some time passed since the incident at the Fortress of Mirapede, and your sentence here is almost finished.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today?
I won't let go, I won't
Today's
let
our big
go.
day. We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede. Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now.
Yeah, we do. We finished with our cake. Masquerade of the Guilty. Here we go. We must go speak to the receptionist. Okay. The receptionist is waiting for us. Let us go. Foolish fool who dreams foolish dreams. Is it on there? Yes. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. Carry on. Carry on my wayward
Please
son.
sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Uh-oh.
What's happening?
Again? Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Take it easy.
Let us go talk to Risley. My husband. Oh, what's this? I'm under Risley's desk doing unspeakable things. Oh, whoa. Not gonna lie, the only gacha game I played is Transformers Earth Wars, only mobile, though playing mostly for free is a pain in the ass, especially for getting 5-star bots. They can only be obtained with 5-star crystals, though the Optimus Prime / Beast Wars Megatron is different because for whatever reason those 5-star versions is in a Shannick shop. Which can only be obtained with 5-star crystal shards, which is only obtained with 4-star dupes. They don't have one of those star rank upgrade things. I hate it when gachas are like that because that's how you can usually tell if they're predatory or not. I think that the nicest gacha I've played in terms of like rates has been Star Rail, because I have been able to get literally everything that I wanted thus far, other than one character, without spending any money outside of the like little $5, if you log in every day, you get a small amount, and the battle passes. And that's it. I have not actually bought currency. So I've been able to just accumulate that way, just by doing all of the events and everything, and get everything that I wanted. And I like that. I like that a lot. And also, the weapon banner's not a scam in Star Rail, which is nice. Genshin's a little predatory. Star Rail's a lot less predatory.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So of the fortress is okay.
The weapon banner gives you an actual weapon you want once in a blue moon in Star Rail. Yeah, I wouldn't say once in a blue moon. It's the same rates as for other 5 stars. It's like 70 pity for soft pity, and then it escalates more until you get to 90 and you're guaranteed it. But it's a 75% chance you will get the light cone that you want. And there is nothing else on the banner. So it's just that one light cone. Rather than, oh, there's a large percent that you'll get one of the banner like weapons. But who knows if it'll be the one you want, and you have to get pity. To be guaranteed the weapon, you have to get 2 of the weapons that you don't want. That is so awful. That is so fucking bad.
If you recall our last incident.
Whereas in Star Rail, it's just like, if you don't get it the one time, the next time you will get it, just like on the other banner.
You've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Yes, we are, Sishwin.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
A lot of people have helped us out.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Like, as much as I want...
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
The weapon
the guards will
for...
You're not going to
Farina. I don't want it enough to have to deal with the weapon banner.
Alright, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
I've fallen for the Stockholm
After being
Syndrome.
down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, that's alright. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlev was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now.
Time to go to New Villette.
The Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette?
New Villette!
Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm going to have an aneurysm.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
New Villette. Yeah. Oh, not my laptop! Ah! I can't wait to, like, get a more reasonably sized laptop in future. Because this one is, I got it in 2016, and it's a gaming laptop, which is, it's awful as a gaming laptop now. I can't run almost anything. It freezes constantly. But it's good for Parsec still. But, like, I could get a laptop that is more recent and lightweight that would be good for Parsec without having this big, cumbersome thing sliding around all the time. Hello, hi, Omega. Go to the Palais Mermonia. Mermonia. Mermaids. Can I teleport? Can I teleport? I can teleport. Ow! There we go. Oh, almost done with my commissions for the day. Just from questing. I'm good. How are you? I'm just vibe. I woke up at like 4. Had something to eat. And then I streamed. I'm here now.
With activity today. Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neurvalet did say you'd be welcome at any time.
This one said it right at least. Isadora.
Let me take a look at this report.
Oh no, they're
I'll be
being
right
audited.
there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in. Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait.
Yeah,
for
they
just
have
a
little
moment,
furry guys,
as there are some
the
urgent matters I
Melusine.
must tend to first. In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
The Melusine.
That's all right. We just ate.
The Melusine IRS is as determined as they are adorable.
Take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Look at him, so studious, so concentrated.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released
Nope,
from the
she only
Fortress of
floats.
Meripede. And it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
You and Paimon tell Neuvillette everything as that happened with the primordial
Massive
sea, blah blah blah. Massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
How is he still breathing?
Primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
I can hold my breath really, really good. What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said
That
it
was a
wasn't from
blowjob
underwater,
joke.
so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
Poisson!
After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose
Poisson!
at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose?
I can't help myself.
No. What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
Yes, Spina de Rosula's headquarters is there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet.
The
We must
Spina de
immediately formulate
Rosula.
disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll
Poisson!
meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Gotta go to Poisson? Sounds like a plan. We'll go to Poisson?
Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Time to head down to Poisson. We're teleporting to Poisson.
Oh no. What happened here?
The seawater rose. We know what happened. Oh All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape. There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her. We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Paimon, go up there.
Just hurry.
Help him down. You want to be an adventurer now, right? That's what you wanted.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Oh no!
My Desiree!
I'm gonna get under my blanket. It's cold.
He looks pretty sad.
My leg. My leg.
Uh-oh.
How could this have happened? It hurts.
Things are looking rough.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way.
Whoops, I accidentally hit X. Or A. It was A, not X. Soon.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson.
Poisson?
So we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Maybe y'all shouldn't be underground. Maybe you shouldn't be the literal criminal underground.
There's a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad
Maybe
1
the criminal
and tell him to
underground
take
should
the wounded
perhaps
resident
move
to see a
and
doctor.
become the criminal high
He should know
ground.
where to go.
Yes, exactly.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
The situation in Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard
Why
a
is this
loud
line so quiet?
At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Everyone on the street
That was an
who happened
accident.
to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved.
Oh,
Those who
damn.
realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible.
She might be the person that has had to deal with the most in this game so far.
Try our best to help evacuate
Between
the residents.
her dad getting fucking put on trial and wrongfully convicted, and as a result, just dying in a duel because of everything that happened. The person that's supposed to be her quote unquote uncle trying to melt her with primordial seawater, her mom being dead, everybody is dead around her.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Yeah, we're here to help. You can put us to work.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
I feel like the only person that's had to deal with worse than her is probably A. Because she had to deal with, like, all that shit in Inazuma. Like, the Conria attack, losing her sister, all that shit. Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we?
That's what friends are for.
By the way, where are Malus and Silver? No! They died?!
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Malus and Silver died?!
I'll be right there.
No!
Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Navia walks around talking to many people and organizing various matters. That was fast.
And we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you.
To the cemetery. It's above ground. I really, you know what? I'm gonna go and get that teleport that's on top of that mountain. I keep thinking that I need to do it, and then I don't. Slight detour. Mama wants that Hydroculus. Let me in. It should be over here? Yeah. Bam. Please go in the direction that I actually want to go. Yeah! just tried to assassinate me.
Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
That should be all my commissions. Yeah.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson,
I suppose, given the somber attitude currently, I will not make the Poisson sound joke.
How things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
It's going good. Hello. Hi, Richard. Welcome.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again.
Oh, this is so sad.
What should I do?
I feel so bad for her. She's had such a rough fucking go of her life. Holy shit. Navia, I'm sorry for your loss.
Everyone
where's my
agreed on
phone?
the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave.
It's like
in
folded in my
time.
blankets under my tablet. My.
And they were caught
There
in
it
the
is.
seawater.
There. I've already taken my pills. Do you have any thought to upgrade your model? I'm going to be working on a new model, actually.
For so long. And I know they weren't afraid.
I'm going to be streaming work on my new model over time.
I hold a funeral for my father. And
After
I know
stream
where he
today, I
rests.
intend to
But as for
start
Malus and Silver, they're
roughing out
just
my new outfit.
gone. I just can't.
Everything
Why
looks
do you
so
ask?
clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides,
No, thank you.
the
I
scenery
tend to
here
do
isn't
my
cut
stuff
back.
myself. I made my model
See,
myself.
It's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Ah, how could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean
So what's
by
she gonna do?
saving me a
Bury their
trip?
clothes?
I'd make
If they dissolved,
friends
she
to
can't
let
bury
rest in
them.
peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You
I
can
feel
spend
bad
as
for
much
her.
time as
Oh
you need
God.
here, Navia.
Oh
We'll
jeez.
stay with you.
Yeah, we're here for you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Guess we should go and tell Neuvillette.
Con, Burnett,
Oh, I have a character named Karina spelled like that.
Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and
Thank you
Silver
for the
are not
hydrate. Let
price
me
for
have a
saving
sip of my
anyone.
Arizona
They're
iced
heroes.
tea. And I will do my leggy lifts. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Azura.
What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Ah, is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There's no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
8, 9,
Do you two know each other?
10. I am doing my best to win,
Right, Miss
though we
Navia.
did just watch a cutscene about a lot of people dying.
I would call
How are
this a
you doing,
coincidental
Chrysalis?
encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time.
1,
Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me.
3.
Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I was surprised at the markings on her hands
I
being not
apologize
gloves.
for all the ways in which I tested
But it's a
you
neat
previously.
design, like the
We've
faded
never
arms.
worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
Well, I hope you have
I'm
fun.
quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before,
She's also
I know
fucking
of the
scary.
prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster.
Never trust the
Lending your
Fatui.
organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could.
Yeah, like literally everybody has said she's a fucking mad woman. So I'm concerned because thus far she seemed relatively level-headed, which means that she's going to like snap sometime soon. I just have a feeling. The only time that she seemed like she might be absolutely fucking bonkers, bananas crazy, was when she went to try and kill Farina in the middle of the city.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in.
Hi, Ted!
Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I
We're
said we
good.
could work
I'm
together
comfy.
when we had the chance.
I just did some stretches.
You and I both know
and
that
had
there may
sippy.
be issues with the primordial sea.
We've just
Previously,
been
it was the fortress of Meripede
doing this
Sluices,
quest
and
and
this
seeing
time it
mass
was the water levels
casualties.
in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent.
Call
so
Cathra,
any
she'd love
pertinent
some ruins.
Information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
I don't know
Which is why
why.
want
I
to
hate
give
Linny's
you
ass.
this task.
Are you sure this will be okay? Can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand
Her
how
eyes
earnest
freaked me
they
out.
consider their friendship with you to be.
She's very intimidating visually.
Makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back.
I would argue
and
that
plop
she
myself
would
into a
want
chair by the
to
roadside and do
go
nothing.
look at the ruins more than anything else because she's been through so much. She deserves a distraction, man.
There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, Traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Poisson! To the south we go. on, die already. Thank you.
Find anything you like? Hold the line.
Easy peasy. Cream, don't you think this puzzle's a little strange? I think it's fine as long as it gives us treasure. You're not wrong, but Paimon has so many questions. Who places these items, and why did they place them here? Sometimes, the more you think about it, the worse it makes you feel. Perhaps a mysterious person with an equally mysterious agenda is behind this. But some questions don't go away once they pop up in your head. Whoops. Paimon's got it. These puzzles in the wild are actually set up by the Adventurers Guild. The aim is to train the guild's rookie adventurers. After all, places like ruins and dungeons are really dangerous. Most puzzles in the wild are safer compared to those deadly devices. As for this strange puzzle, a rookie adventurer from the Adventurers Guild must have set it up. This person has no experience, so it ended up looking pretty strange. How's that? Makes a lot of sense, right? So, it's a case of rookies training fellow rookies? That can't be helped. No one is born with work experience, so if you must have experience before you can do the job, then no one will be able to work. Yo, Paimon just cracked the issue of finding a job in this day and age. How can you get a job if you need work experience to get the job? Always. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, Paimon doesn't mind a strange puzzle if that's the case. Thank you, thank you. How weak. To be kind to others is to be cruel to yourself. Whoa! Where did you pop up from, little girl? Little miss, I'm not some nameless little girl. Behold, standing before you is the great artist Salsa. Her name is Salsa. Salsa, who it will be the future of Fontaine's art scene. Little miss? Is she referring to Paimon? I'm a little miss, yes, but... Well, of course. Look, I'm this much taller than you. Although I'm shorter than the miss next to you. But Mom said as long as I drink a lot of milk and go to bed on time, I'll definitely grow taller. So I'll be a big sis in a few years' time, and you'll be a younger sis. But Salsa, what are you doing here? Oh, is this your canvas? Yours? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the scenery is really pretty here, so it's a great place to sketch. If it weren't for these ugly things, I would have completed my painting a long time ago. What the fuck? Miss and flying, little miss, are you two here to sketch too? Excellent taste. Oh, we forgot to introduce ourselves. Paimon's Paimon, not flying little miss. She is Cream, and we are adventurers traveling around the world. What? So you guys are members of the evil organization? Oh no, I let my guard down. Evil organization? Didn't little Miss Paimon mention it just now? Those bad guys in green from that evil organization. They installed all these ugly things here and ruined all of the beautiful scenery. I didn't realize you two were with those evil green guys. What am I gonna do now? Didn't Paimon just say that? Forget it. Is there anything we can do to help? After all, Cream is a member of the Adventurers Guild. Oh, are you going to become one of those good guys now? That's the right choice. We should work together and defeat the evil organization so our eyes no longer get polluted by ugly things. Paimon doesn't understand. What do we have to do exactly? We can't just charge into the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, right? Dad said that we have to do things one at a time. One step at a time. So we should start with what's in front of us. Cream and Little Miss Paimon, please help me rearrange these ugly things. With great artist Salsa's guidance, this is going to be a piece of cake, so don't worry. Oh, okay then. We'll listen to you, Cream. Cream, let's give it a try. Look over there. Nature creates its own line work, but the ugly things that destroy the natural flow of the landscape, which is why they don't fit in. In order to make those ugly things less unsightly, we will have to arrange them so they fit into naturally occurring lines. The pattern of the flower bushes in the meadow follow the flow of nature. So we don't want ugly things to hurt our eyes. We need to arrange them so that they too follow the flow. What is going on? I am so confused. Place the water volume detecting crystal. What crystal? Place.
Let's move out. Trust and rebuild.
I don't understand. I just wanted to do a little haha funny puzzle. Now I'm zoomed all the way out and it's spamming up. It's letting me pick it up now. Good, very good. It looks so much better this way. The points, lines, and planes are all in harmony, with every detail being executed flawlessly. Everything just looks so much more pleasing now. Dad was right when he said there's no trash in the world that can't be saved, only resources in the wrong places. Cream and Paimon, thanks to your hard work, our world has taken another step in the right direction. We didn't do much. Now that Paimon looks at it, everything sure looks better after being rearranged. After we rearranged them, all we did was change things around a little. The sense of disarray from before is completely gone. Paimon thought you were just a kid who was full of herself. Paimon didn't expect you to actually know a lot about composition and framing. What? Aren't we buddies who battle against the evil organization together? Such little faith. I'm devastated. It's not that Paimon doesn't believe in your skills. It's just... Aw, don't be sad. Oh no. Huh? What now? I nearly forgot. Mom and Dad are coming home today. They aren't usually at home? Yeah, because Mom and Dad are amazing. Amazing people are always very, very busy. I'm also very, very busy now, but I'm nowhere near as amazing. When I become a great artist, I can be as unreasonable as I want, just like Mom and Dad. Nice to know. Like this is a great teaching moment that if you're talented, you get to be as unreasonable and unruly as you want. Huh? What does being amazing have to do with being unreasonable? That's because Mom and Dad always check my homework when they're back. Even when I've finished everything. As long as I'm not sitting at my desk, they'll say, Salsa, oh Salsa, you're slacking off. What are you going to do with your future if you play with brushes and paint all day? Even though I tell them that long finish my homework, they will continue nagging. But no matter how unreasonable they are, I can't get a word in because they're too brilliant. So I always pretend to be working really hard whenever Mom and Dad come home, even when I haven't finished my homework. Then they won't have anything to say. I'll say unreasonable things however I like when I become as amazing as my parents, or even better than them. That feels kind of wrong somehow. Oh no, I'm running late. I won't make it if I don't go off now. It was so nice to meet you, Cream and Paimon. Thank you so much for helping me. I gotta go home now. Take care. Be careful not to fall. Salsa runs off with her canvas and box of, paint, I think it said. She's like a little whirlwind. Children these days don't have it easy, huh? Thank goodness Paimon doesn't have homework. Paimon, oh Paimon, you're slacking off again. No, Cream, stop it. Paimon can't hear you. That was bizarre. I just thought I was doing a little, just a funny haha. Oh, I'm gonna go and get a chest. Why did they make it a whole thing? Anyway, back to what we were doing. The Archon Quest.
I see everything.
Crap!
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Time to get sucked into the vortex. Do, 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 do.
Shine down!
Hold the line!
Gotcha!
I don't want to use my ults yet. Thank you for dying. I appreciate your death. Hello, Genie. Ah! They killed my girl!
Everyone hold hands.
Busted.
That was just rude.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
You should go back to safety, Navia.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
I'm saying that you're useless in this particular situation, even if you are very pretty.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Yeah. I think I'm going to sneeze. Oh, thank God that didn't hurt that bad. Oh, I was very worried.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Uh-oh. Is she gonna die? She has had such a hard time.
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
What is going on?
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I?
Her yawning made me yawn.
This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help,
Is
those
he one of the
bothersome
people that
merchants
died?
finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That sounds like something that somebody in the mob would say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes.
One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation.
I am so
hope you won't
confused.
refuse.
I need to know what the fuck is
Cultivate them
going on.
yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right.
Thank you for the hydrate.
something
I
wrong?
take sippy.
No, it's
She's
nothing.
definitely supposed to be dead.
This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
I'm pretty sure she's one of the people that dissolved.
And why are there so few people around here? Where?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
What is happening?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Okay.
Sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited. Karina, Desiree,
Yeah.
Joyville,
These are the people that got fucking dissolved.
Essen. Why are so many people here? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you
Hi,
can
Doc.
stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but
I'm
today
fine.
is an exception.
I am concerned for this quest. I'm pretty sure she's been dissolved.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson.
This is some psychological horror shit, and I don't like
so
it.
Important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Alright, I'll do my leggy lifts.
Huh? What are you saying?
1.
Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all,
4.
but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
6. Hello, welcome. 7. 8. 9. 10. Okay, other leg. 1.
Ah, well,
2.
if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
4.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. I think all these people are dead. I'm pretty sure they've all been dissolved into the primordial seawater. And they're trying to keep her there.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Wait. Is the Ortrice Mécanique d'Annalise Cardinal the people that have been dissolved?
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others.
They're trying to suck her into the scub corals.
Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say?
They're trying to make the Human Instrumentality Project a thing.
This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia
Hi,
are one.
Glasses. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
And you would call
I'm doing good
this
other than the
justice?
psychological horror melding shit.
Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Who are the new outfits good for in Star Rail? I haven't really looked at them.
Silver, it hurts.
I did get
My
Ho
head
Ho.
is spinning. All I can
She
see
was
is
too cute to
stars
not get.
swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Yup.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt.
Absurd!
Who are you to say that she cannot be
Oh, that's a
judged?
crunchy microphone.
We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is
That's
fair
nice.
and
I don't have
just.
characters that really do follow up
Navia
attacks.
belongs to us.
Or dots, so.
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Nivoletti's here.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies.
It's
I
so
couldn't resist
sad.
making one
Why
little
does she
joke
have to
on
deal with
Sally
things
Eyes.
like this? She
This shall
deserves. She
be
deserves
our last
better.
goodbye.
She's had it so rough. Trauma.
Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a...
I don't think that was a nightmare.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is...
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved become oceanids?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
No, there's plenty to talk about right now, Paimon. You should shut up.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then?
I don't know why they're like Hoyoverse is bullying her so hard.
Nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
By the way, Sigewinne sends her regards.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meripede.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert, Paimon. What should we talk about?
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but
Poisson?
when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a
I still don't
large
trust the
quantity of
Fatui in this
supplies to the area.
situation. Never trust the Fatui.
Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
And ask him if he has handlebars to grab onto too.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can get back on her feet. She specifically told Nuvalet about the ruins, so he would be here at the cave-in. But why? Exactly.
Guess we should get going again.
It's fishy.
Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then! I see everything!
Yeah. Things are about to get dicey.
Wow. Oh, the big zoom out.
Oh no! Another unstable path! Watch your step!
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I've got Yelan. She goes fast. She goes new.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Game's up. Fun is over.
That might have been overkill.
It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Yelan says, easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Hey!
Yeah. Busted. Here comes the catch.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Booby sword.
Rusty, revamp!
Let me just hug this jellyfish here. Sometimes you just need to hug a jellyfish. An elevator. A magical elevator. Yeah. I'm just a little water guy. Just a little guy. This won't end up being Conria related. This doesn't look like Conria. It looks like something, though. I guess this is just ancient Fontaine?
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall. Ah, murals. Oh, it's the prophecy.
It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below.
So there's more to the prophecy, most likely.
Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
Hello, Ultra Squid.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
It might. It could be.
There's a person kneeling here.
That looks like Celestia.
She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
I think that's Celestia.
Is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yes, they do seem to match.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
See, me too. I get what you mean, Paimon. The issue is the order and the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
The plot thickens!
Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy?
I don't think she created humanity, though.
Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these
She might have created the people of Fontaine.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
There might be another slate under all that rubble. Honestly, who created the slates doesn't really matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. It's funny, I got to max Trailblaze level before I got to max Adventure rank.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well.
Is he
Thanks
sad
for your
or is
hard
this a
work today.
coincidence?
Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then.
Your capable, strong dragon man hands.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
Navi and Nivela both depart, and you and Paimon head to Spina de Ursula's base in Fleuve Cendre.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Is it weird blue meat again?
No, the boss is the best.
You did great, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts. Nice, these are all Paimon.
Oh, that's the expensive cake.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Is that Mona? It's Mona!
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
What's Mona doing here?
What are you doing in Fontaine?
Did the stars not tell you that we might meet again?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll.
You had the money to book a hotel?
Quite unexpectedly, if I
You
might
never
add.
have money.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
The Great Mona.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name.
Mona the Great.
Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Kinda boastful.
Thrice-as-great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Megistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Then why did you make Mona change her name in the first place?
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about Triple Strength Traveler or Triple Appetite Paimon?
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist. And that this
Mona's ears are kind of huge.
The fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate
Big
of the
ears
world.
so she can hear all those prophecies. Yeah, that makes sense. She's got to listen really hard to the stars.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something
We
similar.
love the Hexenzirkel. Hexenzirkel mention. Take a shot.
Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you.
I couldn't say mention for
It isn't
crap
often
just
that I
now.
see you with such a serious look on your face.
I'm just an eepy
I'll
little
tell
lad.
you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after
I
all.
want to meet the
So yes, your praises
Hexenzirkel
are quite welcome.
members. Stars say you should tip Mona 60% on getting your fortune read. Yeah. She's poor. She needs it. I was surprised she was able to afford a hotel, I'll be honest.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Well, we were making a ruckus. Try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
After the conversation, you decided to get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy. I could use a nap.
To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Where to? All the way over here. I suppose I can take a little detour.
Ad Astra Thank you for complete. Ad Astra Abyssos.
Oh, everybody else is not done yet. I'm gonna take a small detour to go and do a boss. Dream a little dream of me. Where is it? Is it this guy? No. Where's the guy that Farina needs? Stars fading, but I linger on. Still craving your kiss. No. Gosh darn it. You gave me a heart attack. Hello, BGR. That is indeed so loud. It is the biggest spook. Where's my party set up? No. Party set up, please. That fanfare always gets me. Two lesbians, their child, and the babysitter.
I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom. Come on out. Right here. Emerge. A sight to behold.
Remember, health comes first.
The doctor was sealed. Illusion shattered.
Don't run away, bitch.
To oblivion.
Seems like an emergency.
Sharing my knowledge.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
Yeah, baby. Is that enough to ascend her? I need to go and get the stones. The stones. Bonesaw is ready. Num 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 num. Now I can ascend her. Yeah. All the way over here. Oh, a roll. We love that. I can use that roll. A purple. What shall it be? Oh. It's Sayu. At least she gave us another roll. Now we will go see Monsieur. Monsieur Nouvelet. Monsieur. Monsieur. Oh, Monsieur. Thank you for the hydrate, Ted. I appreciate you. Sippy. Sippy consumed.
Shine down.
You're here, finally.
I sure am.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Nurvelet and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Uh-oh. Farina's secrets.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
No, you haven't.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You need to give us something. You need to give us some answers.
They're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
You need
But
to give us something.
You found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The prophecy.
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
I think Zhongli is the only, original Archon.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type. Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
Uh-huh.
There's no point questioning or suspecting.
You're being
me.
fishy!
You're the eunuchs, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Oh, I want to punch her in the face right now.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled. She seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand.
Lots of cutscenes.
Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh?
Be putting her on trial?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial.
I'm putting her on
Perhaps
trial.
we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
FBI, open up!
But Farina seems
Evil.
She's really good at dodging questions.
Evil.
Just slip away at the first chance she gets.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to
I
you,
wasn't ready
but
for
all
it.
Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. It's the knave, for sure. A few days later, on a boat somewhere in quiet Poisson. It's taking a bit to load.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Why is it that you have to solve all the major crises a country is going through as the traveler? We just have to solve all the crises so they will finally answer the question of, have you seen my brother? Maybe. Have you heard any rumors of a blonde boy? Perhaps.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Poisson.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Fremine.
No, I don't
We
think
love
I
Fremine.
can.
He has freckles. That's cute.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded.
Oh, it's
don't you think?
Chlorinde.
Oh, you might be
Or
right.
Chlorande.
Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorande, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
You
might
certainly
even pick up
are
some
the
fancy
silent type.
oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
I ship them.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
I've played the hunter a fair amount.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
So we're gonna trap Farina and force her to talk?
If we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so
I really
you can
hate
count
Liddy.
on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker, if I do say so
He's such
myself.
a boastful little brat.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
He's just a little dragon man.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such
She has a
tricks.
lovely outfit.
But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, That also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it.
This is a lot of talk about yeah, we need to make a trap. I get it. We're gonna trap Farina. Can we stop talking about like hypotheticals and actually think about the trap?
Are we going hunting together?
Yeah, exactly, Femine. This is a very roundabout way to talk about this.
Kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Cloran's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Freya reached such dire stages. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to make her secrets take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. So that entire cutscene didn't matter. That was a nuisance. An inconvenience. Rude to waste one's time. We must go to the Spina di Rosula base first. Yay. I guarantee I don't have any of this stuff to level up her stuff. So she will be weak for a while. Oh, I guess I have a few. What day of the week is it? Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. So tomorrow. Tomorrow. Bananas in pajamas are coming down the stairs. Bananas in pajamas are running down the stairs.
It's been a tough few days,
Bananas in pajamas
so much has been
are
happening.
chasing teddy bears. You don't taste teddy bears. That would be unfortunate and very cottony. Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone
Fremine's just a little guy.
surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
Welcome home.
After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong.
Is this Trismegistus?
Not completely wrong.
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you? What do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Friend's disciple. So this is one of the friends of Mona's master? The enigmatic N from the Hexen Circle? Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
There it is again. Fate. Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Wouldn't be the first time.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I've already perceived something that the gods didn't perceive. I already know about the original Dendro Archon, even though nobody else does. The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
The Hexen Circle and their love of tea.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Do we get to keep the fancy teacup? Mage N. Is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside. That was very fast.
I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona's back. How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this.
Some of the organizations in Genshin so deserve their own deep dives. Yeah, I've watched a lot of videos on the Hexen Circle. Like, you can find bits of lore about the Hexen Circle just chilling inside of books. And there's very valid, like, theories about several of the books inside of Genshin being written by the Hexen Circle to keep track of things that were erased from Irminsul. Just like what happened with Nahida and the story about Wanderer and everything that happened with Scaramouche, because it was erased from the Irminsul because of everything that happened, and when he erased himself from Irminsul.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist.
We love Charlotte.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
You told Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
I know that they're not all-knowing.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
I love the Hexen Circle!
Really shaped to live so long.
I just love the concept of just this witch coven that's secretly pulling the strings and trying to unravel the secrets of the world for hundreds upon hundreds of years.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True. Her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when we realize their value and meaning, when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
Yeah, it's technically her censored outfit, but I much prefer that outfit to her original outfit. I think it looks a lot better.
Talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona. And thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even
I'll
if
show
only
it to you.
I believe that
I'll show you the
help those who
differences
are
between the two.
struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we?
I guess we're going for walkies. But first, Mona. So this is Mona's original outfit. And what, like, her hat used to look like and everything. And, like, it's nice and everything. It's fine. But, like, her censored outfit looks better, in my opinion. It still has that asymmetrical deal. I think that the bow looks a lot better. I like the cut of the shorts and the boots. And I just think overall it just looks better. Also, the saturation on the colors looks nicer. It being a little darker looks good. And they added a lot more little stars throughout it, which makes her look very fancy. Yeah, the other one doesn't have shorts. It's just a bodysuit. That's likely why it got censored in China. This is the censored China version. We still get both of them, but like a few characters got their outfits censored. It was her, Jean. Where's Jean? There she is. So this is Jean's original outfit, and I guess they decided she's showing a little too much titty. I actually also prefer Jean's
In the name of the Gunhilder clan.
Jean's censored outfit. I think that the colors look a lot more wind oriented on it because the blue is slightly more green tinted. It got rid of the red and replaced it with teals, and that looks nicer. And I just think that like the tuxedo top deal looks really pleasant. I think it looks good. So even though it is a censored outfit, it just ties together better. Also, all of the golds are more yellow tinted, which is more complementary to the green rather than red tinted golds. Yeah, Amber's outfit was also like that.
Breeze.
Let's see, where's Amber? She'll be like near the end. I don't play Amber like that. I'm already wearing her censored outfit, I think. So this is Amber's original outfit, and this is Amber's censored outfit. They just gave her slightly less cleavage. And, like, made it a little more ornate. Like, there's the black... There's stripes down the middle of the sleeve, and the undersides are black now. There's, like, gussets on the sides of the corset with strings over them. And they added ruffles to the bottom of her shorts. And changed them to be red. Overall, it looks better, but like not enough for it to really matter. This was a very simple change. The ribbon also is a little different now. Nope, it's the same. Oh wait, yeah, you're right. Her cheeks were like... It's weird. The cut is the same, it looks like, almost. But yeah, her ass cheeks were kind of hanging out. I never even bothered looking. 'Cause I don't play Amber. Anyway, time to go to the newsstand. I've been free to play in these games for a while. Well, air quotes free to play. Like, I'll get the battle pass when I'm done with the battle pass usually. And I'll get the thing that gives you like you pay $5 and it gives you like $50 worth of currency if you log in every day.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous?
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
She hasn't even interviewed us.
Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time. hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Yes. I could use a nibble.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't been sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
We can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
She's kind of cute. I like her.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating.
Live in the now,
you might not be able
Paimon.
to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
She's not wrong.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits.
I love
by
this
feeding
chick's
them
voice
delicious food.
acting.
So
Whoever
please
the voice
try the
actor
cakes
is
here.
for this one does a very convincing job of like, oh yes, little humans with your silly emotions.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood.
How
for eating,
quaint.
all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Dang, Paimon's getting hit with that existential dread.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Hi, Charlotte. We match.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Nyeh. Snuggled up under my blanket.
You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really?
We just had cake, Paimon.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
I love Charlotte's outfit so much.
Nice.
She's so cute.
In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it.
But in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
They also just did really good with color theory-wise with her. Because, like, pink and seafoam green go so well together, and also green and red are
so
really complementary.
Talk
I just really love her design.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what
I also
would you
like
do
her
to
hat. It has a quill on it. Because she's a writer.
That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they do should the worst come to
Exactly.
pass.
Just honestly, I'm surprised she's a 4-star because her design's really nice.
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving
I
such
love
an
her
article
so
behind.
much!
I guess, but anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
By the sea.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Celestia.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things.
Dang, Paimon really is getting steeped in the existential dread right now. Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you and as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at the Fleuve Cendre. The Fleuve Cendre. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, and even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet
Is
sent
it
me
time?
to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide.
So are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it. Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
You need something?
Hello, welcome to the Muse's Menagerie, and I hope you enjoy your stay in the Legion. Hi.
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found
Thank
it
you
out
for the
pressure
hydrate.
they've
I
been
take a
under due to
sippy
the
of my
prophecy.
Arizona iced tea. There's like one more hydrate left in this. Then I'll be switching to my wowder. Wowder. Cold wowder.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
Nobody relies on Farina, though. She's just a celebrity.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
The plot thickens and only gets fishier as time goes on.
I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't
Here they
say
go
anything
again with their
else.
Nervillet. It's like they're trying to pronounce it as if like they can't pronounce Nervillet and they think it's an R in there somewhere, but also it's just really jarring because they're just speaking in normal like American English up until the point they say Nervillet.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the
I will
palace.
always complain about the pronunciation of Nervillet.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Knew you lit. You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too.
I see becoming a detective's done you some good. Looks like those detective novels have had an effect on you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Poisson. Let's go to Poisson.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there.
Shh.
She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Farina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
Why is she trying to hide it?
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough, Farina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
She absolutely needs some goddamn therapy.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
She's bottling up some deep-seated hatred and of like in there somewhere. Her emotions are fucked up. Trot, 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 trot.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine, fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
The plot thickens. Forever. Like a stew.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproofed. You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Farina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Farina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now.
Time to put her mask back on.
Play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
She was. We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Farina, you might not have to shoulder this burden anymore. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden? That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Farina, just spit it out. Schnitzel! Have schnitzel! Spicy! We set her trap. Love you too.
Ladies and
I had a
gentlemen,
feeling that that's what was happening.
This concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
You gotta make your choice, Farina. We know that you're not capable of it.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
Are we finally gonna find out what's going on? The mystery?
Show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like
She's just
Farina
trying to make a
took
show.
The whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. Real Phoenix Wright moment.
Also,
God, he's
please
sexy.
allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself.
Dang, they predicted her every goddamn movement.
We arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull
Fatui
this off.
skirmisher.
We had to select a location,
You can hammer me
construct
any
a giant
day.
magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
The Fatui actually helped.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt in the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
She did it! She gave us the Phoenix Right point! Yeah. The only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by the conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's a super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Paimon was a lot more...
The very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
She had a lot of existential dread in this act.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger.
She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Mirapede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
It is time.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god.
Farina, please.
However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is
I have voices right now. I don't have to read it myself.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
I will say I don't like how they pronounce everyone's name so differently. Yeah, it feels like the different voice actors have trouble with the French names.
Charge accepted.
It's Neuvillette. Monsieur Neuvillette.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Fauchelor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
Her hair looks like seaweed.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
I don't think so.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
All right, take care, Ted. Thank you for giving me a hydrate. This is the last of my green tea.
Long-held beliefs of the people.
Thank you for the sippy. Have a good night at work. Try to relax. The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly?
of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it brave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
So, Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof?
Yeah, I'm giving her the take that.
You should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Take a look at this.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial.
Yeah, what Neuvillette said.
You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice.
The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now. But then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydra would be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into
Okay,
Indemnitium.
visions are generally gifts from the gods, or that's like the legend of them. They are visited upon mortals to give them great powers. That's the little things that everybody keeps on their hips or like their clothes somewhere that let them use different types of elements. The traveler does not use a vision at all. They commune with the statues and then suddenly they're able to use whatever power the statue corresponds to. Yeah, basically it's a gem that gives you magic powers that you are gifted by supposedly a divine being.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as
I mean, every character that's not an Archon is a vision wielder. So, there's a lot of vision wielders out there.
I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
So yeah, remember something you noticed about Farina when you rolled her cream? That she had a vision. Yes.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real
Yeah,
deal?
I've noticed the entire time that she hasn't had a vision right now.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
Like through all of the quests, I've noticed she hasn't had a vision.
Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's only human...
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here.
Yeah, the
and
fact
now
that she
to
cowered
eliminate
from the
all
knave
suspicions of you being
made
the
it
lad.
kind of obvious.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn.
You say that, but...
I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
It is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you are present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewien? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
I am riveted right now.
Everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
It's not an instantaneous thing. Fremede was there for a while and he didn't dissolve.
To run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around.
Yeah, exactly.
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
But what's going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
God, he's so sexy. Her concern is the smoking gun of her not being the true Archon. Yep.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's just too stacked against her now.
What the?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the
That was super ominous.
To render the final
Like the utter silence. Alone crying on her throne. Yep.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It can't be. Did the Oratrice declare Farina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct, then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
What? What?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
What?
Sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death.
And he killed people.
You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Evidently she's not the Archon, as we've pointed out, and as the Oratrice agrees.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
So she's not sentenced to death. The concept of the Hydro Archon is sentenced to death.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
It's just like with Zhongli killing himself off. Like, he said that the time for gods was over, and he was just going to walk amongst the people for the rest of his life. I guess it's Farina's turn.
Is the trial still going?
But in her case, she was never an Archon to begin with. The concept just has to die.
Fremine, you finally made it.
I think that the actual Archon is dead. I think, not even dead. I'm pretty sure the Oratrice is the actual Archon, which was my prediction from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremenade to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time
I love
to get
Fremenade.
around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremenade.
Father is the knave,
Please allow me to review
which
the
is very
record of
confusing because she definitely uses she, her pronouns, but they call her father in quotes every time. I guess she just prefers male honorifics. Which I can understand. I had a character that also used she, her pronouns, but preferred being called master and sir.
Traveler,
The
I believe
knave
that
is
you have already
daddy.
seen the other existing slates, and we'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
So, I had a feeling about this because of the fact that when they were dissolving, they were turning into Oceanids. That the original crime was that the original Hydro Archon created the people of Fontaine. I said it earlier in this stream that she didn't birth all humans because Mask, I think, said maybe she made all humans. And I was like, no, I know that she didn't make all humans because I read a lot of, and I've watched a lot of lore videos, but only people in Fontaine dissolve when they come in contact with primordial seawater. So it made sense that maybe the Hydro Archon made all of the people of Fontaine.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember. The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Yep. That was my prediction. No.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin
Nervilette!
down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia is recorded on the stone slates.
No. There we go.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Whoops. No. But the prophecy just happened. Yes, then.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into
Thank you for the hydrate.
But not many
Let
people
me get my
believed
water
it.
from under my
The
laptop.
fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
There we go. Now you guys are in my lap.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to
I
pass.
do my little leg stretches. I do my little leggy lifts. But I'm going to do them silently because I'm riveted.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events.
FBI, open up! Rude!
Words of truth should come to light. Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Okay, all done with my stretches. Let me get you guys back on my lap. The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah.
The second slate. I didn't read that.
Of the first slate.
It's okay. They'll say what it is. So can Archons be reborn, or once they're gone, they're gone? They can be reborn. She's the second Archon technically, but she's not an Archon. The only Archon that we've seen be truly reborn was Nahida. Nahida got corrupted, and as a result, Irminsul was being corrupted. So Nahida, the one that we know, is actually a clipping from the original Irminsul. She has a portion of the power and members of the original Archon, but she's really just sort of a copy of the original Archon. She just hasn't grown up yet. I mean, it can be pronounced Oceanids or Oceanids. I don't see why it would be a problem. But yeah, there have been more than one Archon. Like, also, there's, like, the Electro Archon. I believe that was the second Electro Archon. But also, there were twins, and one of them died, so... Well, I've already taken my pills, thank you.
That could also explain why the
Yeah.
Origins judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yes,
The twists of history.
the original Archon, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it already it's already widely known.
In the end,
Nobody can remember Rukkhadevata's date in game.
and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates.
The cutscene where Rukkhadevata's finally erased from existence is so fucking heartbreaking. I cried so hard.
Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Don't like that. It's erotic.
Well, did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be
That's
reverted
kind of
to their
scary to
original
think
forms
about.
as Oceanids.
Like, coming into contact with primordial seawater, basically making you too big to exist inside of your current shell, and you burst out.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me.
Existential dread! Let's go!
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in order. So it was this trial. So they are in the right order. What is the third slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
It can't be.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
Just like
Now,
N
it
said.
seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know. It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? Wait, could it be?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
The abyss!
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
It's always the abyss! The abyss is always coming for you!
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
The Abyss is always chomping at the goddamn bit. Trying to swallow the world whole. There it is! There's the goddamn Abyss! And this isn't the first time that child fell into the goddamn abyss. Oh, I bet this is why we're gonna see Skirk. Because isn't Skirk supposed to be in the abyss or something? That's not the Archon. Yep, there's Child. Popping out of the goddamn abyss. This is the only version of Child that I abide by. This is the sexy version of Child. It's also why he could breathe. Because he wasn't in water. He was in the goddamn abyss. He's falling back down into it? Goddamn idiot. At least take your vision.
That was way too close. How did that thing just burst into the Opera House?
He's having his A moment.
Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Fighting for hundreds of years. That's right. I'd wager that it's also the one thing Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist.
He wants to eat the Fontainians.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. We
just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Yes.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated.
Jin_Nara cheered Dex 100. Cream. I am so excited. Chicken Run 2 this December on Netflix.
Chicken Run's getting a sequel?
Even if the
I think Oz will be happy about that.
Destroyed, it could still survive.
But thank you for the rupees.
Swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come...
I'm like 2 seconds from removing that.
Not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Yeah, you're kind of taking me out of it, please.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turns out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait. But if this is all about fate...
Justice prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Oh, we're not in Irminsul. We can beat it. Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? We're not factored into the fate of the world at all. Wait, I forgot about Farina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic box? Maybe what is her real secret? Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal. Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal.
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
No, I still need answers.
Let's see if I was right. Was the Oratrice always Focalor?
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
I see. I like her. I like the cut of her jib. You want to know why? Because I don't like the heavenly principles. After everything that I read and, like, watched about Enkanomiya, the heavenly principles can suck my fucking cock.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
The heavenly principles are the gods. Like, they're the original descenders, the invaders of Tevat that came, took over everything, killed the dragons, and were like, yeah, we're the cool kids in town now. We're going to make these archons, and we're going to make them be our little puppets for the entire world.
It's all because
and they've erased a bunch of history.
Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded.
And she went against the heavenly principles by making the Fontainians.
One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that, One defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes,
Well, yeah.
as you have no doubt surmised,
It's water.
It was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
I like the cut of her jib.
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me
Not
you see
dissimilar to
before
what
you
happened with
now
Nahida.
is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
Ara.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
She's the Archon after a fashion. She is the Archon's wish, I suppose. She wanted to be human, and she made a version of herself that was.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
Yeah, she's the Archon's nobody, basically.
But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect.
What
She
the hell
was
is that?
perfectly human
Oh,
in every
thank
way.
you!
The person
Thank you for
always
Mochi
wanted to
Cat.
be.
Thank you so much.
Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled,
So she made it so all of the people of Fontaine abandoned
to
her.
play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy.
She basically made it so the prophecy would be more figurative by making it so the prophecy is poor Farina's trauma.
Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to
What a
forever
cunt.
play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being.
You tortured her.
cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
You tortured
It
this
has
poor human
indeed.
girl.
And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Yeah, you do, cunt.
It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
She didn't know anything. She couldn't answer anybody's questions. She felt utterly and truly powerless in the face of something that she couldn't control, with all of these people looking to her for answers that she couldn't give. It's so sad. I came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with the Oceanids at the fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? Farina? What is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Farina. It's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Here, Archon to Archon. Hello. Actually, this is more apt. Hello.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Farina?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here. Ottomans?
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
I'm getting sad.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon.
Mind the side effects.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Everyone hold hands.
With all the spotlights turned off. In Farina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Scene 1. Before a mirror, Farina.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think... I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy.
What's up, June? You need
Will
something?
It really come to pass?
Welcome, Reborn. Welcome to the Muses Menagerie, and I hope you enjoy your stay in the Legion. This is quite the tense moment.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was...
5 centuries of suffering.
But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as... a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
Yeah, she was incredibly cruel.
Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends.
Yeah, she's gonna die. She's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice Mécanique d'Annelise Cardinal.
But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2. A session speech. Farina.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening.
She's been putting on a mask for 500 years.
I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all.
Her divinity is the Oratrice. The reason that child was sentenced was because she knew something needed to be fighted off down there. That is my theory. That's my theory.
This should do it.
She knew something needed to be suppressed, and that's why he was shoved down there in order to try and buy time.
I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine.
I knew that there was a god in the Oratrice!
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, What's going on?
She does it because
Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake?
she has to be haughty.
This is bad.
So people assume that confidence that she's putting forth is backed up by the truth.
Sad that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
And humans just don't imagine gods as being benevolent.
Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
But it's not who she is. This is so sad, and it hits a little close to home. And it's making me really upset.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality?
Hmm.
Quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause.
So this is literally just what it's like to be her daily. Pretend to be somebody else.
Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice,
500 years of pretending to be somebody she wasn't. All because she wanted to save everybody. And it's why she didn't want to tell her secret. Opera House, Farina.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette.
No, they seem to age.
Besides,
that was part of what
of these
the original Archon gave them, I guess, when they gave them the bodies. She doesn't age because she's been cursed. She can't die because her ability to age, basically, her existence was tied to that of the divine version of her. And as long as one existed, the other had to. She's immortal.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
Exactly. She needed to remain ageless for the performance to carry on.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
Oh no.
You remembered me. You knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now.
Oh, thank God.
In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
What could go wrong?
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Yeah, she was just told to blindly believe that it would work and that it would cause her to suffer. Not told how much suffering it would cause her. And like, question mark, question mark, question mark?
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this
Oh no.
chance to see you.
Oh no.
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
This is not going well.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Day after day after day after day after day. You're welcome here. It's just a very sad time.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close.
This is a very sad time.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now?
She's breaking.
Didn't even notice.
Was that you?
Oh.
You need something?
Hello, words. Welcome to the Muses Menagerie, and I hope you enjoy your stay in the Legion.
No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
I want to point out that Nivelette became the Chief Justice 400 years ago, 100 years after her ascension as Archon, but she mentioned him in Scene 3. I see.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
This is killing me.
Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this.
This is a little too relatable to how I felt before I started streaming, and it's like ruining me.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy.
I'll drink some water.
All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Oh, God. One sec, I need to wipe my face. Ugh. I cried a little.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice? Is this scene from when we were within the giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness?
Literally me.
Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if...
Doesn't she deserve to be a little selfish after all this time? She's been suffering for hundreds of years!
Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once.
Oh god! Oh jeez!
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
I want to get her weapon.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the
I hate this.
fall.
I hate this. I hate this so much.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. but
Does
that is
this
only
mean
half
that they
the
can't
truth,
get the Gnosis?
Is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Udex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its
The
own
Oratrice has
consciousness.
the Gnosis in it.
And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
The Oratrice has the goddamn Gnosis in it, just like the statue used to have it for fucking Zhongli.
And then I became one with the Oratrice.
Okay,
taking
I'll ignore the
Fontaine's
thought of the Gnosis
with
at the
me.
moment.
Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
I see.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice...
Oh! Is that a literal sword of Damocles?
...the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Did they really just hit us with that?
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered
it's not a guillotine, it's a sword of Damocles, which is sort of a similar concept, but it's a sword. So that
the vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated.
It seems like it's the same voice actress doing a wonderful job. She did a great job.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of
I was right.
Throne.
The concept of the Hydro Archon needed to die.
You must be.
Just like with Zhongli.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh. Oh.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro.
Yeah, he didn't have the grit.
But
I suppose, yeah, and he kept the true dragon of Geo kind of just bound. It's incredibly, like, I'm so conflicted because what she did to Farina is so fucked up, but the idea of her giving the power back to the dragons is really sweet at the same time. I'm really conflicted.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
They both had to suffer in different ways. Farina had to suffer because she didn't know when she would get to stop acting, and Focalor had to sit there and know what she was doing and that she was going to have to die, but it was for the greater good. It's just a sad situation all around. I understand that Farina needed to be ignorant, but it's still really, really sad.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
They are guilty of the same crime. The heavenly principles are the guiltiest of all what they did to the dragons.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. You came into me crying in the club.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
This is a really sad quest.
Speaking of justice,
It's destroying me.
I've always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself.
This is such a good story.
So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might
I'm honestly
was
glad that I got to
Fontaine's
sit here and
original
experience
sin,
it all at once.
then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was
You're coming
the
in
jury's
right at the end,
justice.
it seems.
And to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice
you,
enthroned
Jace.
over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
I'm also reminded of the fact that Linny couldn't get past because of the sheer concentration of indemnitium. And that he was like poisoned by it, and that's why it was there, because it was there to kill her. And that's what the Sword of Damocles is. Neuvillette said something earlier that is now going to be relevant. He said that he could fix things if he had the power of a dragon sovereign.
The highest judge in our land.
Feel okay.
As an elemental sovereign,
it's fitting.
What verdict shall you pass upon us?
Okay. Okay. Do you want shiny feel or normal feel? I think I have, yeah. Do you want shiny or normal? Which one? I don't know if he's still here. I don't have a Sword of Damocles. You'd have to get one. Come on. Oh, I don't have a mouse wheel, so I can't make it smaller. It'll clip a little. That's okay. Okay, I can find the silliest, most cursed thing and put it over my head. It'll probably be the hot dog. Or Luigi. We'll go with a hot dog. There you go. The hot dog is the Sword of Damocles over my head. If it'll attach. Come on. You can do it. You can do it, hot dog. There you go. The hot dog of Damocles.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Eudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us.
Take care. You have a good
And
meal
I am
and the rest of your night,
to feed
Jace.
as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are.
This is Machiavellian.
You know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is.
Does this
one
mean that
thing both
Neuvillette
gods
gives
and
her
humans have in common.
her vision? Or does she just get one?
Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Oh, this is heartbreaking. Oh! Thank you, Farina, for all that you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wished we could. Oh God, I'm aroused. But also sad.
I, Eudex Nuvelet.
I need to roll for Nuvelet really bad.
People of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Because the heavenly principles have no power over him. I heard Nahida for 2 seconds.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Now then, what about that whale?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive,
It was a misdirection.
I assume whatever happened was
But
good for
that's not the
us.
misdirection you're thinking of.
It's
That was
time to end
misdirection.
this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power? Just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean...
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
It's always a narwhal. I wish I had the chance to change what my party was.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the weapon. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless I can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of it. We shall look for an opening together.
Whore!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
This thing is annoying as shit to fucking deal with.
Illusion
shattered! Now you shall perish!
Devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Ah! It's eating me! Oh, it was supposed to eat me. Oh, this music is horrifying!
Come on out.
But really cool.
A sight to behold.
This is nothing.
Shine down! Torn to
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Where?
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
no escape!
Taking a turn for the better.
Inazuma shines eternal!
Hey! The Temple of Wisdom!
Emerge. Right here. Right now. I'm always watching.
Remember, health comes first. A bit of health to swap.
Illusion shattered! Now you shall perish! Ha!
Whew. The Abyss is very punk rock. Hello, Skirk.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Disciple? Your master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Evidently, it was an unruly pet. It needed to be put down.
Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
This is the first person in the Hexen Circle that we've actually seen with our own fucking eyes.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that...
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh.
Hi, Shadow Wolf.
Some master is insufficient.
It's okay.
Notorious.
I hope everything's okay.
How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name?
Child was able to fend off the whale, but they're not as strong as it.
The fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the visionary?
He had to use his delusion this entire time, so
familiar
he's
then?
not doing so good.
Or Gold Rhine Daughter?
Oh! Rhine Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
I'm so happy to get so much Hexen Circle lore.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
Uh-oh.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Uh-oh. No. There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
But we got a boat! Where the boat? I know the boat's gonna come into play. But their sins were already wiped, so they didn't return to the... But we got a boat! My other husband built an ark. I remember things. We're on a boat. I remember things from literally yesterday.
All hands initiate emergency. Hurry!
Hello, Ridesley.
Hey, lend a hand.
This is the weirdest gacha I've played. Hey, Fremine. We love Fremine. Presumably they can all breathe underwater because of the blessing of the water archon. Hydro archon.
It's a miracle! We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
she thought that everybody died. Oh, that's like the worst part. Oh, at least she gets to be happy now, but...
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
It caused a great amount of suffering, but they did stick to the heavenly principles. Fuck them.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding.
I'll play her story in the next stream. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours.
The Spina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it.
I don't mind. I've been streaming about that amount of time for the last several days, so that's okay.
Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine
I do have to
Research
pee, though.
Institute.
It made me cry. It was really good. I played all of the story quests all at once because I hadn't touched Fontaine at all before I started streaming again.
Overlooked hidden gem.
I've been off playing Star Rail.
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him.
I know it's really unlikely for me to get her weapon, but I want her weapon because I feel like she deserves it. I feel like she deserves to have the very best of everything, okay?
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots from the start. They just didn't meet them, and we just didn't meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
That's okay.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
I will take a brief break to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Poisson! Okay, I'll be right back. Let me go to BRB. Let's see how messed up my model is.
Or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
Pretty bad. It's like I'm peeking over the edge of something. Like, hey, you got any chips? Let me fix it. Is that chips I smell? Are those some French fries? I'd love some French fries. Can I have some of your French fries? There we go. There we go. You ain't got no chaps for me? I don't like fish, even though we're going to Poisson.
Backdrop of constant motion.
Okay, let me. I see. I emptied my bladder, so now you feel the need to refill it. How? Big gulpies. Speaking of Kaveh. Gotta go to Poisson. I cried. I don't know, man. Like the scene where it was like her inner thoughts and okay, for those that are not aware of the lore, for like 15 years I've been drawing, and for the majority of that I was drawing in like for 7 years straight I was doing comics that like they paid the bills quite well, but they made me quite miserable. And when I tried to voice this, it didn't go well. And I basically always had to pretend to be all right with it and just keep pushing onward towards basically nothing. I had no hope at all. I had crippling amounts of depression, and I already deal with depression, so it was like that times a million, and I just felt like I was looking forward to nothing, working to work, just continuing to push on and on and on until I ended up eventually just cracking. So yeah, that hit incredibly close to home for me. It destroyed me a little. It's a miracle I didn't cry more.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
I remember when you announced it, I just wanted you to be happy with what you did. That and what you did, you didn't like doing wasn't something I cared for either. So I felt you with that. Yeah, like, I still might have to go back and make comics again, but I've been very strict about it. I told Cyanide that if I'm going to go back to making comic work, which he will probably have a lot of trouble doing now anyway because he's basically a full-time caretaker. I told him that if I were to do that, I would only do like size different stuff, mini giantess.
I'm here to update myself on
I'm not going to go back to making content that I hate. Not that I could even draw right now because of my back. I wish I could draw. That's a whole nother can of worms.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies.
I will always love Atsuko. I've considered making an Atsuko model and having like a little Atsuko takeovers because she's still the best.
At work as well.
I'm currently re-uploading
We've lost a lot of people.
I'm letting her finish talking.
We're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
I've currently been re-uploading my favorite comic that I made on my art-only account, the one with Atsuko and Kai, because I had wiped my other account completely when I renamed it to, like, Sweet Cream VT and, like, rebranded it and everything. So it wasn't there anymore, so I'm just re-uploading it on there. Atsuko is my kitsune. She is a character of mine.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
He's a cat man.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing.
They can't punish the traveler in the traditional sense because traveler's not from here. They've already fucked over the traveler once by trapping one of them and taking them away. Though it's very unclear because it seems like the traveler that they took away was also native to Tevat because they're in Irminsul.
I get where you're coming from.
Like it's been
Keep it as
rewritten or
simple as
something.
possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
There are a lot of theories about it. Some are like experiencing things in reverse. Yeah, there's tons of questions about how my twin is somehow in Irminsul, but I'm not.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too.
It's
How are
like
things?
it's almost like he descended, and as a result, he was in Irminsul through the entire calamity that happened. Like he was there when Conria fell, all that shit, but we weren't. So we were like, I don't know, in a pocket dimension or something. Yeah, I don't really care if she's canonically the Abyss twin because I play her, so to me it'll be Ether.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina, so she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
I believe you are correct
alright.
because in all of the cutscenes,
really came
the
here
main
to help
character is Ether. Like for media, the main character is Ether, and Lumine is the like Abyss
There's too
twin.
much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
But
Miss
it doesn't
Mina has
really
made of my
matter
decision
because
makers.
I play Lumine.
And, well, I do already have.
Though I
them
do wish I had
connected to
picked
Mr.
Ether
Callis.
sometimes.
Oh, wait just a moment.
Why can't we get an outfit that's alternate for the
You
traveler?
know about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up and smile.
Gather around my possum pals and join the jamboree.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Charlotte takes more pictures of Poisson. Oh.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so
I hate when it does that and it leaves you like literally half a second to read it.
You're very quick.
speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you—
Nervillette! Oh!
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case,
We stand a correct pronunciation queen.
Stay safe now. And
Nivelette is not difficult to say.
I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Time to go to the Fortress of Meripede. What's this? Nyeh. Nyeh. Let me in. Fortress of Meripede. Thank you. Nervalette is totally the right way to say it. No. No.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
it's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
God, I just got a craving. I'm gonna have to tell Cyanide that I've changed my mind on what I want my Christmas gift to be. I told him I didn't want mince pies, and now I want mince pies. No, I want mince pies.
Hey, no need to be so nervous.
I do want
I've already
tea,
taken all the photos
but
we
I
need.
want tea with mince pies. It's why I suddenly got the craving. The mention of tea made me want mince pies.
Do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
Yes.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say
No,
things
not
like that.
cannolis, just mince pies. Just one
But
box,
it looks
though.
like dear
Usually
Mr.
I get two,
Jurier
but I think
denies
one
it.
box is enough.
Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I
Risley
enjoyed chatting
teasing
with
these
you
two
more.
never gets old to me.
Definitely
I
got
love
more of a
Risley.
genius vibe going
I'm
on.
gonna have to roll on so many reruns. I'm gonna have to roll for Risley. I'm gonna have to roll for Nivelette.
The boat that brought about a miracle. The
I
open
will
sea
roll
for
for
people.
Skirk.
Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
No, yeah, Cyanide is British, and he got me mince pies once, and ever since I have... Actually, no, the lore of me liking mince pies was I was walking through a local grocery store one year, and I was on the phone with Cyanide at the time, and I was like, what the hell is a mince pie? And he was like, you have mince pies there? You should get them and try them. Because they had Mr. Kipling, and I remember him saying that, like, Mr. Kipling's a British brand. So I bought a bunch of them because they were on sale because nobody wanted them because of the name, presumably. And I, like, when I first took them, I didn't, like, ate one. I did not like it. I was like, this tastes weird. But the more that I ate, the more they grew on me. They're just a very strange and complex flavor, and I enjoy them.
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
I am from the U.S. East Coast.
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case,
I have
can
never
an
had
interview
English
with
breakfast,
you to
no.
make up for that loss?
I do enjoy a good English breakfast tea. Though I prefer Irish breakfast tea. It's a little stronger. She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid.
He's such an
Best you
attractive
interview
man.
our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo
The
of
amount
this
of
couple
beans on
researchers?
toast cyanide. Ugh.
Did you really have to use the word couple?
Obsessive.
Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up?
I summoned him. Yeah, I changed my mind. I do want Mr. Kipling again this year. Or whatever. Like I want I want my mince pies. Only one box.
Pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before.
I insult you and your beans on toast and your cheese sandwiches with your pickle.
Oh, seems like everyone's here.
No, I don't want black pudding.
New drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
No. I want mince pies.
Hey, Miss Charlotte.
Mince pies.
Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse?
Oz is about to send me another Australian snack package for Christmas as well. He's sending me more of my favorite things, which were the chicken and a biscuit drumsticks flavor, the shapes, the cheezels, more Tim Tams, and more mint slice. I told them to basically leave off the candy. I'm not a big candy person, but I do love a good cookie.
Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Oh,
Siegeween.
do I have to smile?
I will skip Siegeween. Like, she can just go away. She doesn't need to be here.
So, how have things been at the fortress?
He said he's gonna get me a family pack of Tim Tams. I'm excited. Mint slice and
Same
Tim
old,
Tams are
same old,
so
as you can
good.
see. Fontaine's undergone some changes.
I love a good frozen
Place
Tim
is still
Tam.
more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided
He
to let
also
the
bought
interview
me
go
some
through.
plushes that he's
We should
going to
direct
bring
more
when he
public
visits
opinions
in
toward the
May.
behind-the-scenes
He got me a
heroes.
Kuromi plush,
right,
and
Mr.
then he
Juriel?
still had the
Miss
narwhal,
Levine?
like the little pink narwhal plush that he got from the aquarium like ages and ages ago. And he wants to bring me his Litwick plush, and also he has like one of those pink Splatoon plushes, the ones that are just like the squid.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see.
We're gonna get
Lots
his
of things
ticket
happened that day,
for
huh?
his visit after I
Anyway,
get
regarding that
everything for the
Harbinger,
living
I'm
room
not sure you
on
remember,
Black
but
Friday.
his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
Beans on toast just isn't for me. I don't like beans, you see.
I'll tell them that
I don't
there's
like
good
the
news
texture.
and bad news.
The only
The
beans
good
I
being that
like
their boss
are
seems
kidney
fine.
beans, and I like
Bad
kidney
being
beans
that they must
specifically
face
in
extended
things like
sentences for abetting
chili
his escape.
and burrito bowls.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
I've had Heinz baked beans, though Heinz baked beans in the U.S., from what I understand, are sweeter.
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along.
They're
and
basically
so will my
candied.
duties.
Not a fan.
As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Here we go. Wow, that's far away. Gather around, my possum pals, and join the jamboree. Lister's Possum Park. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I guess we'll take the lift. I'd be fine just jumping down. Can I? No, I can't. It's fine, Cider. Worry not. Just carry on in your own way and etc. etc. This lift is taking forever. Thank you. Down, 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 down by the river. Down, 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 down. Take care. Down, down by the river. Mm-hmm. 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 I don't even know if it was slow or if it was just a really long elevator.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after
I
working
don't
together.
care about
Apparently, they've been at
Lenny.
the docks distributing
Beans
these
on
strange
toast is an
pockets
artifact of
whole
the
time
World War
since.
II rationing and U.S. aid packages. I
Traveler,
see.
Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you. Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
So are magic pockets like bags of holding?
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Fremine is so I just want to pat him on the head. Poor guy.
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure.
Oh, poor baby.
Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one
Sad
who
boy.
proposed doing this.
I
He
love
wants to
Fremine
assist
so
in our magic
much.
shows.
I wish he wasn't just a trashy Eula.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather
Or
perceptive.
Trice Mécanique
She
d'Annelise
got rid of
Cardinal.
everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So,
Oh, I guess you haven't heard.
Where's the gnosis?
Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
As if I was literally just speaking it aloud. Like, they told me where the gnosis was.
a diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself.
I suppose
But
he
when I
has no
thought it
need
over,
for the
there were
gnosis.
actually
He's a
number of
dragon.
things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervillet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason.
It seems like there's something.
Nervillet knows about?
There's another theory about the Gnosis. and Celestia. Something about them granting you access to Celestia.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Hello, Arlecchino.
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind.
I do love her ruffles.
Regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides.
I guess she wasn't as crazy as everybody
concerns
said
not a
she
single
was.
place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone. And
I was very surprised as well.
Partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Oh crud, that means there's only one Gnosis that isn't in Fatui possession. Yep. The next one, we only have technically Natlan, and then we're going to Snezhnaya.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
We're gonna get a few more patches though,
This will be more than
because
enough for me to write
we
about,
still
I'm sure.
haven't gotten into the nitty-gritty of there. We haven't gotten any expanded areas really, and like we haven't gotten our usual interlude chapters. You know,
Don't
the
be too
Conria
nervous.
tales.
Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, damn.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? Of course he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Eh. Evidently, bunny hopping is just as fast as sprinting. So says the rumors.
So, you really are here, Neuvillette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney.
The best expositor.
He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time.
Basil exposition.
I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Seems the knave isn't as overly evil as Dottore or some of the other harbingers we've met. Isn't there an expansion for the other half/segment of Mondstadt on its way, too? The water feature of the exposition is never ending. Most because they're flowing a lot of concepts at us. Yeah, it seems like I remember hearing that there was going to be an expansion to Mondstadt, but we still haven't heard about it. We'll see. It might come in the coming patches.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
I only saw Farina's part myself.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Yep.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was at that moment that the Fontainians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro
I mean, in theory, it's a planet. I can't imagine it's just floating in a void, but there is a case to be made that it is. Oh no, it's not separate from Mondstadt. We're still on Teyvat.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Fontainians were just, as previously discussed, not human. They were Oceanids that were given human flesh.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
This is a continent, yeah. About the initial verdict that was passed on by Child, let's see if I was right.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young.
Yep.
There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Ah!
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those
I see.
Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Yeah, now everybody's gonna have to just hope and pray and fuck a lot like
Ask
normal
away.
people.
I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
She needs to sleep for a year.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her.
I ship
The
them.
wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal.
I ship Yuvalette and Farina.
But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I
I
must
hope
do.
she gets to see the
But
world.
this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve
Farina
Fontaine
Quest
as its
is
highest judge. The duty
next
of the Hydro
stream.
Sovereign and the duty of the Udex.
Well, actually,
shall
the next
coexist
stream,
within
because
my person.
Saturday stream is gonna be me doing something with
Additionally,
Oz.
the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute.
Well, that's
Another
nice.
reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
This ancient dragon's
He's
authority stuff is really
he's single-handedly keeping Fontaine afloat with his big dick energy.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine.
Yeah, because he's a dragon. He doesn't
If
need the
Fatui
Gnosis
have
power.
impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
Completely cut off
As
from all
far as I'm
technology.
aware,
Nobody knows shit about it.
Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war.
Does this
War
mean we're gonna see
ravages
some
those lands
sexy
like an
dragon
undying
people?
Flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully
Yep.
prepare yourself before
The
going to
the
that
top
one.
of the food chain
In the
is
meantime,
there. I
Fontaine's
see.
doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I have no more questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Flashback, flashback. Looks at watch as game loads.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons.
It's going great. We're almost done with the
Something very
quest.
similar to a god's curse.
How are
mixed
you
in.
doing?
It's quite a novel
Welcome,
blend.
welcome.
I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of
This
the
is
third
the
descender in
Archon
your
Quest.
person,
We're right at the
yes.
end of it. You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Oh, so the Gnosis are remains of the third descender?
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those
it
who
makes
are greater than
sense.
humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans.
It makes sense that she would know the deeper lore of it and would know that they're the remains of the third descender because of the fact that that would be wiped by the Heavenly Principles. The Heavenly Principles doesn't want you to know that there was more descenders than just the Heavenly Principles. The Heavenly Principles has gone out of their way to make sure nobody knows.
Objects of misfortune, to prevent any disasters from befalling you.
Yeah, it seems like
to live in itself
they're
is a
trying
blessing.
to,
But once a
I don't
person
know,
dies,
maybe
the
resurrect them?
bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
One moment. I'm being called. I'm almost done.
I know. Hi, honey. I just missed you.
I missed you too.
I missed you too.
Why
wow.
are you still the guy from
Oh, I'm still Wallace Shawn? Oh, sorry.
You did it on purpose, don't pretend.
What do you mean by that?
Shh, we're in the middle of a cutscene. Shh.
Oh, sorry. I'll let you get back to it. I love you.
I love you too. I'll be done.
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Oratris Mechanique Tenalis Cardinal.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender?
We know that supposedly the second descender was what caused all the shit in Canomia.
That's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
A descender. She mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. For me, this information means two things. Oh, does that mean that the third descender is her brother? One, that the no-sees are related to the descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already died. But her brother's not dead. We've seen her brother. So does that mean that?
Expect you to be one of them.
Well, no, her brother's not a descender. Never mind. Forget that.
That means that the no-sees, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision.
That's me.
That doesn't count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy, comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind
My
guesses
assumption
when
is that the
information
Traveler
is
will
lacking.
manage to get the
The same is true of
Pyronosis
being
and
at
use it
court.
as leverage to meet with the Tsaritsa in person. That makes sense.
Alright. Whatever the
Yeah, the Descenders. They've been coming up for a really long time. Heavenly Principles is one of them. If you've done the Incanomia quests, the Descenders were talked about extensively in the lore for Incanomia.
Yes.
As well
All
as the Sealies.
of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the
And
name
our
of
favorite
God,
Sealy,
and
Kokomi.
She suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
Leah?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a
Oh,
god
Leeway.
I suspect.
Oh,
not.
you're early. You're
Once in a
getting some
while, our
deep
two
spoilers right now. I'm very
wishes were like
sorry.
the clouds in the sky. They will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
And it's over. That's that. All right. At any rate, the brother we've met has been established to be native to Tevat, and it's possible he really is the third descender, and the brother we know is some facsimile created here. It's possible. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. That was a long quest, but it was good. It was so good. That was such a satisfying conclusion. Please don't make me hear myself. Please don't make me hear
What's up,
myself.
June? You
it's
need
gonna make
something?
me hear myself.
Good roll.
Did I mute it in time?
All right, maybe
No.
I'll take one more
Mute.
day off.
Mute.
And
Mute.
knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
There we go. Okay, as now I can say, welcome official Quacks, welcome to the Muse Menagerie, and I hope you enjoy your stay in the Legion. Hi. Now we will raid out. Let's see. Well, I think I know who we'll raid. Perfect. I have no idea what to make my raid message. We're just gonna make it tummy raid. We're gonna do a good old fashioned tummy raid. Because my brain is fried. Anyway, thank you guys for coming. I will stream on Saturday. And it'll probably, there's a very real chance it'll be Ace Attorney. Because Oz has agreed to do Ace Attorney with me. It'll be a lot of fun to do it with another person. Take care, everybody. Mwah, mwah. I love you all. And I hope you have a lovely night. Thank you for joining me on the journey through the Fontaine Quest.
Good roll.
Bye, everybody.
Maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Bye.